Greetings everyone, this is Hong Long from Hong Long Wuja, and today we are going to watch the presidential debate. As I put down in the description, I have seen like the first 5 minutes of the debate. I didn't really have time to watch it all the way through. I did hear my son playing, listening to it, so I heard little snippets. Nothing, not really understanding the questions or anything that I heard. I just heard like Biden mouth a few things, and I heard Trump mouth a few things during the thing. So we're going to play it back here. I've got it. I'm doing the C-SPAN 2 coverage, so they're supposed to be disseminating public documents and things of this sort. So I'm assuming that this is not going to be a copyright issue, and plus I'm putting my own commentary on there, so, and I've changed it around, so it's not. I have altered the format, and we're going to be stopping and starting it as we go. Now, the basic rules is that they're going to ask the questions. The microphone's going to be turned off when their allotted time is off, so it'll be hard for us to hear interruptions and stuff. And yeah, I think that was basically oh, there's no communications. There was supposed to be no communications between them and their campaign staff, so no earpieces and two-way radios. Supposedly. All right, so let's get to it, shall we? There we go. And we are off.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
He did look like a doddering old fool coming in. Yeah, that's like somebody you wouldn't trust around your silverware or sharp objects. And he's walking in like he's a thug.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern: the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120.
Lie number one. All right. I remember buying a bag of groceries, not even a bag. I could buy a cart full of groceries for $100 at the beginning of the pandemic. I could buy a cart full of groceries for $100. Now, that same cart costs close to $400. Same exact items. Although now I'm definitely buying the store brand rather than the name brand. So right off the top, they're feeding you some bullshit. I wish I would have. We'll do it next time.
And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency?
30%? At the beginning of the pandemic, I wanted to sell my house. Or my townhouse. At the time, it was valued at $100,000. 2 years later, I sold it for $240,000. That's not 30%. And the prices haven't been dropping since then. I'm really checking the housing market, but I know the prices have been going up along with interest rates. So again, another big frickin' lie. and we haven't even heard from the candidates yet.
Than they were under President Trump.
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left us. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
All right, first off, it's scary that this guy's got his finger on the nuclear trigger. 15,000 new jobs? Was he trying to say, did he mean 15 million new jobs? Because 15,000 new jobs is, it doesn't come close to meeting the number of the jobs that were lost just in the last month. I mean, what kind of jobs were created? I mean, if you look at the contracts that have been signed by the union jobs, the contracts that have been signed, workers have been getting pay cuts throughout this time. There's been a job massacre going on for the last year, essentially, in industry after industry, from the entertainment sector. Right now, they're calling it the Great Hollywood Contraction. You've got the auto industry where factories are going down right, left, and center. I think they just shut down a shift at a Stellantis plant in Michigan. The UPS workers, I think they said there was like was it 25 to 50,000 jobs lost in that in that company in the last year, and they're shutting down due to the crappy contract signed by the Teamsters with UPS. They're basically allowing AI to replace their entire workforce. They're shutting down hubs all over the country, at least in the New England area. I know. I think there was one or two maybe in New York alone. I think there was one. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it was in Georgia in the South. If it wasn't Georgia, it was pretty close to Georgia. And in Texas, they're shutting down a number of them. There were a number of places in California that are losing hubs. So yeah, a lot more is needed than 15,000 jobs.
There's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce them. You
know how he's dealt with them, right? Railroaders tried to go on strike 2 years ago. Yeah, almost 2 years ago now. And, well, actually, it was 2 years ago. And he shut it down. He, along with the Republicans and the supposed socialist Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders, and the socialist, the DSA contingent, who are neither Democratic nor socialist, in Congress, also went along with this, where they shut down the strike. They made it illegal for railroaders to go on strike. They forced them to accept a rotten contract from the company. And I think it was like a month later they had that crash in East Palestine, and literally, I mean, there's literally a crash on the railroads like every freaking day, because they've overworked these guys. They're trying to put one guy in control of the entire train. They shut down the signal operators, all sorts of crap. Just like in every other industry, it's everybody's got to work 10 times as hard as they did 20 years ago to make basically 10 times less pay when you figure it out for inflation. And what he's working hard at, just like Donald Trump, is to make sure that the rich have it easy. The CARES Act was like $21 trillion that they handed over to the rich.
Price of housing. We're going to make sure we build.
While they cut our unemployment benefits right before an election, just to show, before his election, just to show how much they think about us.
2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't.
Actually, no. That's wrong.
combination.
It wasn't right before his election. It was right before the next, there was a congressional election 2 years later when they shut off unemployment. Right before the election, 2 months before. And Nancy Pelosi came out with the, what is it? Who feeds them? Or, yeah, do you feed them? Why don't you try and feed them? Speaking to the working class. The ones they forced to go back to work during a pandemic. That's still going on, by the way. The numbers are surging again. They're the highest that they've been since the first year.
What I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price of around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by.
When he says we, he's not referring to us. He's not referring to people who work for a living. He's referring to we billionaires. Actually, they probably don't even count multimillionaires. You probably have to at least be 100 millionaire for you to count in Donald Trump or Joe Biden's world as anything other than a lackey.
And other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929.
Now, the money they spent, I just went over that, $21 trillion that they handed over to the wealthiest people in the world. And then with all of the regulations and everything that they put in to effect, it was the biggest transfer of wealth from the bottom of society to the top of society that the world has ever known. You have now multiple, I mean, before the pandemic, well, we're not going to go back to 2008 when quantitative easing began, when they started handing out free money to the ultra wealthy so that they can lend it back to us at exorbitant rates. But, where was I going with this? There are now over, well, I don't even know how many, but I think I heard somebody say that there was over 100 billionaires now. Like last year or 2 years ago, there was only 2 or 3, and before the pandemic, there were 0. The amount of money that Elon Musk accumulated during the pandemic was more, I believe, than the entire list, the entire money that was held by all billionaires 5 years preceding the pandemic. Not so with the working class. We have been subjected to inflation, almost getting up to 10%, and this is just, this is just the United States. We're not talking about like Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, Sri Lanka, India, China, or any other place. We're talking about here in the United States. The interest rate rose, I believe, at the minute it was at least 8, but I think it went up to 9-10%. And wages, and we're going to talk just about union jobs, because in the non-union jobs, the amount, well, let me tell you, the amount that I was getting raises every year, if I wasn't on a final written warning or in some other kind of trouble, would be about 1.5%, which is nothing, which is crap. It's basically I was getting like $27, $28 an hour. So what is that? It's nothing. The raise is minuscule, especially when you compare it to inflation. I mean, it's just a huge drop in your income. And the numbers that they give out for inflation are crap. Like I just said, my house, the price of my house went up 150% in the space of 2 years. My grocery bills went up 400% in the space of 2 years, or not even in 2 years. So the figures that they give us are skewed to begin with. Anyway, when he's talking about we, he's not talking about us, people who work for a living, or even people who own small businesses. He's talking about people who sit on hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars. That's what they're talking about. They did better. They, over the course of the last, 16 years, have done better than any other ruling class in the preceding history of humanity, combined.
By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for.
No wars. So they brought everybody home. Everybody came home from Afghanistan. Everybody came home from Iraq. Everybody came home from Syria. You know, we do have troops in Syria. We actually are holding oil fields in Syria right now as we speak. They didn't send troops to put in troops in place in Taiwan. They weren't engaging a war in Libya or anywhere in the African Sahel. So yeah. One lie after another.
And we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that,
Actually, Biden's COVID policies followed right along with Donald Trump's. There is a seamless transition from the Trump administration to the Biden administration, and the and to dealing with COVID. As a matter of fact, Biden wound up. He was the one who wound everything down. It was under the Democrats, and in city after city, controlled by Democratic mayors, usually minorities. This is to point out that identity politics people are not interested in the working class either. But most of literally every city forced students to return back to classrooms in order to get parents back to work during the midst of a pandemic that's it's still killing thousands of people a week. I just had it again, and I was literally out for like 2 freaking weeks. Right now they're having issues with schools having to close, or not having to, but they're forcing schools to close because because students aren't going to school regularly. Some parents are keeping their kids at school home because they don't want to subject them to the ravages of COVID or their families. But there are also the ones who are going. They're getting freaking sick, so they get sick and they can't go. And then the schools are attacking the parents for not sending their kids to school. But at the same time, because there's been a huge drop in enrollment because of COVID, they're closing schools down across the country, public schools. And at the same time, because they basically said COVID is no longer here. At the same time, they sit there and get some water in my mouth to get dry. because they say that COVID is no longer here, all of the federal monies that were allocated, extra money for COVID in the schools, has been taken away. So there's been a huge drop in the budgets for public schools across the country over the course of the last year. And it's going to get worse in the next year because I believe for the coming school year, all of the COVID money is gone.
We had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal.
Again, the stock market, that's again a sop to the wealthy. Stock market's going higher because they keep handing free money over to the rich. And what do? They sit there and they use that money to buy back their stock, which sends up the price of the stock. Then they issue it out again, and so on and so forth. And the stock market currently is not reflective of the production capacity or even what is produced in the country. I mean, there's no. A good example is Elon Musk. Tesla is not anywhere near the largest car company, but they're one of the most profitable.
Immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID.
It has to do with the stock
He has not done a good
market.
job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the great.
Immigration. Obama has already sent back more people or deported more people than Trump. And I think he probably will mention that in here. He's deported more people so far in his presidency than Trump did throughout his entire presidency. And he's still got 6 months left. It was Obama had deported more people in his 8 years than had all U.S. presidents before him combined. And they have no problem with people emigrating legally or illegal as long as they have money. What they don't want, and they actually don't really care, they just want to use it as what's the word? They want to stoke up fear in the most backward layers of the population. That means the ignorant. They want them to fear the other, anything that's not like them, anything to deflect from the fact that it wasn't immigrants who took $21 trillion and put it in their pockets. No, it was people like him and their buddies and the people that they stand for. They're the ones who have bankrupted this nation. They are the ones who have driven people to the wall economically. They are the ones who start the wars. They are the ones who fund them, who send people to die. They're the ones with their hands on the nuclear trigger, not us.
Greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he's the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this.
What does he mean by that? I know he's trying to take credit for winding down the war in Afghanistan, but hey, while he did do that, the longest American war, by the way, even though it wasn't declared, in the history of the country. He's still got, like I said, there's still troops in Iraq, occupation forces. There's still troops in Syria. There's troops all over the frickin' world, actually. There's been reports that there are special forces in Yemen. We have troops all over Africa and Asia. We've got they're supposedly they're claiming that there aren't boots on the ground in Ukraine, but if England, Poland, and France have boots on the ground, you can bet your ass that the United States does too.
Safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
No, we had troops dying out here in a plane crash not too long ago. Wasn't there like and then there was a helicopter. These are just in the United States. There was a helicopter crash, I think, where a bunch of people died. And if Americans aren't dying, and I think that's just bullshit. There are troops that are dying in Iraq still, and there are troops that are dying in Syria, in the places where they're wearing uniforms and fighting. So, and if there aren't, it's only because the fighting that is being taking place is being done with drone bombs and from remote distances. So the United States has the ability to attack anywhere in the world from here in Nellis Air Force Base, as opposed to most other countries. I mean, the Russians and the Chinese could probably attack. Well, the Russians could. I don't know if the Chinese could, but the Russians could definitely attack targets around the world with their arsenal. The Chinese could probably come close. I don't know if they could probably. Well, they could with subs. I'm sure they have a bunch of them in the Atlantic, but from their mainland, I'm not sure if they could hit all the way onto the west coast or the east coast of the United States. But they could definitely attack most of the west coast and the rest. But like I said, with their subs, which actually I think this was during the Trump presidency. They had a number of subsurface at a U.S. base in Japan, just to show that Americans' radar wasn't up to snuff. That was like, what, I think that was 6 years ago.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that.
Bounce back jobs. Bounce back jobs.
Also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months, and then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history.
Yeah. That whole spending of trillions of dollars was carried out by both of them. And not just both of them, but the Democrats and Republicans in Congress. The amounts of money that they handed over to the wealthiest people the world has ever known dwarfs all other attacks on the public treasury throughout history combined. We're talking that's here in the United States. $21 trillion they handed out to the richest people the world has ever known, with no strings attached. The amount that they handed out to workers was minuscule in comparison. Well, not just in comparison, was minuscule, period. The amounts that they handed over, look at Elon Musk. The amount of money that he pocketed over the course of the last 4 years has been astronomical. And a direct result of the pauperization of the other half of society.
There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan. We were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar...
That's another thing, which Biden will hammer on Trump. He'll sit there and say, wow, your tax cuts for the rich. You know, when Biden took over, they had both houses of Congress. They could have repealed that shit, but they didn't want to. Why? Because they speak for the same layer. As Obama said, you know, it's just an intramural scrimmage, this fight between the Republicans and Democrats. The real fight is against us, the working class.
Deficits and record debt. Why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But
yeah, we haven't gotten through COVID. Again, the numbers right now are higher than at any other time. Actually, except for the first year, I actually think that they might even be higher right now than the first year. But we don't know because they stopped counting. All of the analysis the analysis of the current numbers for COVID is based off of the sewage water analysis and not under contact tracing or reporting from hospitals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So most of the cases are completely undocumented. I was talking to somebody recently who doesn't, and they said that the hospitals here in Las Vegas are flooding over with summer colds. Yeah, it's not summer colds. Just by sticking your head in the sand and refusing to look around you and see what is does not mean that it's going to go away. It's not. It's actually going to continue to get worse because there are no precautions being taken, and the government and the corporations are basically just letting it fly. I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster. I mean, we're not going to go there right now. That's enough.
we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before. And
trillions of dollars.
we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. we were going to have something that nobody else has had.
And this is the, I can't remember the word. But, what's it called? I can't remember what it's called. The oil drilling into the shale and stuff, which contaminates the drinking waters. As if we did not have enough issue with our drinking water in this country already. But, and if you include that with the fact that, the complete lack of getting involved in alternative energy resources. I mean, the kind of stuff that they're doing is just public relations stunts. I mean, there's no reason why the government doesn't put solar panels on every freaking house here in Nevada. Could probably, or just here in the Southwest. In Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico, you could probably power half of the country just on that alone. But it's because, you know, they're not interested in the reason they're, and it's the same reason they're not interested in climate change. They're only interested in things that can make them money. That's why we have the shittiest healthcare in the world. Well, unless you happen to be a Donald Trump or Jeff Bezos or somebody with tens of hundreds of millions of dollars, then you have access to the finest medical care in the world. But if you don't, and you have to satisfy yourself with your company's insurance or no insurance at all, then you have some of the world's worst medical care. And that in the world's richest, in not just the world's richest country, but the richest country the world has ever known.
We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration. And
that actually is true. And if you remember in the debate that they had before, Biden said that any president who allows the death of, I think it was like 300,000 Americans at that point, doesn't deserve to be president. Well, guess what? They're both responsible for the deaths of now, what is it? It's like close to 2 million. It's definitely, well, no, now they've been saying it's like 1 million for the last year or 2 years. But given that the numbers have basically stayed the same, the numbers are probably more like 2 million deaths from COVID at this point in time. So yeah, he's responsible for a whole lot more than he is, but they're both carried out essentially the same freaking policy. Even the turn to calling it the Wuhan lab crap, which is basically a lie that was promulgated by a Chinese dissident and with ties to the CIA and a fascist reporter for the New York. Well, he's a freelancer, but he worked for I can't remember his name now, but he worked for the New York Times. He published a racist book in 2014, I believe it was, or 15. Literally racist book that white people are superior, that dark-skinned people have less intelligence, that kind of shit. And that's where this Wuhan lab lie comes from that source. He also was responsible for publishing some of those WMD lies in regard to in the build-up to the Iraq War in 2000 and what was it, 2002, at the beginning of the 2000s. He was he had a hand in the aluminum tube stories.
we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration.
What's wrong with the audio?
something which a lot of people don't like to talk about, but yet far more people die.
Then you have access to the finest medical care in the world. But if you don't, and you have to satisfy yourself with I don't hear anything wrong with the audio. Or no insurance. I'm pausing to speak myself.
He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
And this constant reiteration of immigrants being the source of all problems is reactionary and fascistic to the core. And it's not just his criticisms of Biden are nonsensical because, like I said, Biden has deported more people at this point in his administration than Trump did. The Democrats fully support the war against immigrants, as does every capitalist government around the world. If you look at Europe, they have this whole thing called Fortress Europe, where every single government is involved in basically trying to keep immigrants out. Immigrants, I should add, from countries which they've helped to destroy, militarily and economically, just like we've done in Latin America. We've propped up military dictatorships in one country after another with the aid of CIA-funded labor unions. They've managed to basically keep workers working at subsistence levels all throughout Central and Latin America. And this nonsense that millions of people are flocking to the United States from prisons and jails and mental hospitals is just nonsense. Because you know what? What person do you know that's a career criminal? And if you work for a living, you probably know somebody who's been a friend or somebody who's turned into a criminal, and whose political outlook is basically, I'm going to do anything I want to make my life better. These are not people who are going to trek thousands of miles in the frickin' summer heat, who are going to submit themselves to torture, rape, and murder by different gangs all the way along the line. Okay? No, those people are staying there, or they're preying on the people who are trying to get here. I've worked almost all my life, and outside of the times when I've been in like a real small community of a couple hundred, every place I've ever worked has been full of immigrants, first generation immigrants from all around the world, from Africa, Nigeria, Somalia, Ethiopia, Egypt, South Africa, Mozambique. Those are the main ones of people that I knew throughout Lebanon, Palestinians, some Persians from Iran, Indians, Sri Lankans, Chinese, Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, people from all over Latin America. And, these are the people that they're vilifying. Not just him, but him as well. And their parties. And why are they doing that? They're trying, and it's, like I said, it's not just here in the United States. It's all over Europe. It's every country. And even countries like India. The reason is that they need to deflect from the policies that they are carrying out to impoverish the working class and to enrich the bourgeoisie, those who sit atop society. And right now, I mean, there is a crisis in a crisis of the capitalist system, the likes of which that has not been seen ever. The United States is, I think they're over $30 trillion in debt. This is unsustainable. The rest of the world is trying to dump their dollars before the inevitable collapse. The problem is that they have so many of them that if it's found out that somebody's trying to dump their dollars, then the price drops and sets off a spiral, a never-ending spiral. That's why countries around the world are turning to fascism and war. Now, one of the things that fascists like to do is, or not like to do, one of the things that they do is they try and redirect all anger outward. And, fascists don't necessarily have to be anti-Jewish. They can be anti-whatever. As the Israeli regime is showing, they can be anti-Palestinian. But it just depends on where you are, what country you're talking about, and who happens to be in power at the time to where they're going to direct their anger, or try and direct the anger of the citizens.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. And what's happening?
1,000 billionaires. We could just take that money right there, and that would pretty much take care of everything. 1,000 billionaires. And I think that's an underestimation, too.
We're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able.
Yeah, no, that's just a lie. Strengthen our healthcare system? Why? How? Who? Which one of these bourgeois politicians, capitalist politicians, has strengthened our healthcare system? Our healthcare system has been going in the shitter since the 50s, when they started to privatize it. And now every facet of the healthcare system is privatized. That's what they want to do with Medicare and Medicaid. They want to privatize it too. And both parties, both of these fools, are working for the same damn thing. There's no divergence in their aims. Their aims are the same. They want to privatize everything. This one just thinks he should do it with the help of the unions and less and less of groups that represented workers in the past. But they still think that the unions are able to do that, and apparently he does too, to a certain degree, because he's he's wrapped himself up the endorsement of the Teamsters. Who, the Teamsters being led by Sean O'Brien, who I might add is also the favorite of Labor Notes and the DSA. They all promoted him as to the leader, or they endorsed him as the leader of that union, and they propped him up just like they did Sean Fain, who is supported by this guy and who supports this dude. Like I said, they're two sides of the same coin.
Will make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President.
Yeah, I can see why apparently the New York Times entire editorial board has called for Biden to resign and or to step down and allow someone else to take the Democratic nomination for president. And it's not just the New York Times. Apparently the Washington Post has also said it. And well, the Wall Street Journal, of course, but so they do speak for the financial aristocracy.
Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to see.
Again, he's saying they're putting them on as if immigrants to the United States have been pocketing this $21 trillion that they handed out to the super wealthy. They've been handing out, literally, quantitative easing, which has been going on since 2008, when they first handed out free trillion, I think it was $4 trillion or $5 trillion, they handed out to the ultra wealthy. And at that time, they gave nothing to us workers. But at that time, when the institution of quantitative easing was the reduction of the interest rates to basically zero, and handing out, they handed out free money to the banks, free money at 0% interest, which they were able to charge interest to us on. In some places, I believe in Japan, the quantitative easing, they had like a negative interest rate. There's also, what was the thing? Along with quantitative easing, when they started in 2008, they had this thing where they went out and the Federal Reserve went out and bought up tons of worthless stock in companies that they were just fictitious. It was just tons of fictitious capital. And the Fed just went in and bought all this crap out, propping up the ultra wealthy again. And we're paying for it. We're still paying for it. And this has nothing to do with the immigrants. Actually, immigrants are helping to pay for it. There were recent studies that were released in just the last month that showed that immigrants pay more in taxes and into Social Security than the same number in who aren't like natural born citizens, I guess. And there was also a thing about I don't know, maybe it'll come to me later. But it was another statistic that came to mind recently in regards to immigrants. I can't remember what it was.
Single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States.
I call bullshit on that too. think a man like that can have friends. You don't put $1 billion in the bank account through friendships. Those aren't friend relationships. Those are master slave, king lackey relationships.
United States of America, we're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people.
And this is another BS statement. The United States doesn't just hand over money to other countries, with the exception of Israel. But they don't. But even then, they don't just hand things over without expecting something in return. The United States doesn't give Egypt $10 million for road building unless that road is going from a factory, usually owned by a United States corporation or mostly owned by a United States corporation, to a wharf where a United States ship or a ship that's owned by a United States company, because they're usually not flagged in the United States, was going to deliver goods to the United States. That's why the United States hands out money to people. And it should be pointed out. Okay, they send in their goons to make sure that they have workers can't get representation, or when they do get representation, and they do the same thing here in the United States now, but when they do get representation, that it's not really representation. They work to do anything they can to stifle the struggle of the working class, and they keep the wages down to subsistence level. Okay, they also fund and train the police forces in these countries, give them military training to make sure that any kind of labor struggles don't get out of hand, and if they start to, that they kill people, they eliminate them. Okay, so in this way, they keep the wages down in other countries. Then they go in and they hand them loans to the country involving kickbacks, large amounts of kickbacks to the local governing officials to build things for these companies that are owned by Americans. In order to keep wages down here in the United States. Now, this is what went on through an entire period up until about a few years ago. And now, as the United States, the income of U.S. workers has fallen dramatically to become more on par with other countries around the world, they've started to repatriate some of these industries. But there are still incidents or places where the same model goes on. Bolivia, where they just had a coup attempt, is a prime example, where they need to mine for lithium for the new EV rollout. But it's not just that. I mean, this happens in country after country after country after country. The United States is not some Santa Claus handing out free money, just like this dude isn't, or any head of any corporation isn't going around making sure that the workers are well fed and well taken care of. Quite the opposite. They're running around making sure that workers do work as hard as frickin' possible for as long as frickin' possible for as little as possible. Because profit, after all, is surplus value. It's the difference between the amount of work that the company pays the worker and what they sell the product for, over and above what they pay the worker for.
What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is
Yeah, I'm just gonna say no. You're lying. That's just bullshit. The only ones who wanted to go back to the states are the Christian fundamentalists who want to overturn abortion rights for women. That's the only people. Not everybody, just those people. And those people are not everybody. They're a very small minority. In contradiction to Jerry Falwell's claim of a moral majority, these are a very small minority of people. One example of that, why don't you just go look around when you go outside, see how many people are saying prayers before they're eating, because that's what fundamentalist Christians do before every meal. You don't see too many of them.
put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states
Again, lie, full of shit.
are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother.
He doesn't believe in shit. His his politics is as opportunist as you can as can come. To sit there and claim that he cares about children in the womb when they don't care about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-year-old children. When they put children in cages, when they, and this goes to Biden, who thinks it's okay to separate families from their children. Yeah, these are not people who care about fetuses or feti, whatever. They sit there and they try and measure which way the wind is blowing. In this case, he's trying. This is a very simple way of appealing to the fundamentalist Christians in his base, given that he has obviously no. He's obviously not a freaking Christian or anywhere near near them in theology, I should at least say. If not, the political ideology is similar, but yeah, his stance on abortion and abortion rights are entirely opportunistic, but they're also at the same time entirely reactionary. And Biden is no better. He and the Democrats, like I said, they control both houses of Congress and the White House. They could have made a law to enshrine it, abortion rights, but they didn't. In fact, Democrats, most of those Democrats in both houses of Congress or in the Senate voted to pass all of his nominees.
I think it's very important. Some people don't follow your heart, but you have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this.
After birth, yeah, they're just going around killing babies. Well, I mean, he's funding the Israelis to do exactly that right now in the genocide going on in Gaza, but doctors are not going around killing babies because they just like, well, I don't want a baby now. the fact that this can go I mean, this is something that should be challenged by the people. Well, it should be challenged by him too, but it's the kind of statement that should be challenged by the moderators.
He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
It's a doddering fool. You got one guy just lying out his ass. It's like every statement that comes out of his mouth is a lie, and the other guy, everything that comes out of his mouth, if it isn't a lie, it's unintelligible because he doesn't know what the frick he's talking about.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases.
I seen a commercial from the Republican National Committee. Yeah, I'm. Can't hear me. You must have something wrong with your. Oh, come on. Oh, hey, what happened there?
Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will...
Oh, crap. No. Let me see. I think you're trolling me, aren't you? Let's do exactly that right now in the genocide going on in Gaza, but I hear them. Doctors are not going around killing babies because they just like, well, I don't want a baby now. The fact that this can go, I mean, this is something that should be challenged by the people. It should be challenged by him too, but it's the kind of statement that should be challenged by the moderators.
He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea.
States and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's
Yeah, my
It's been a terrible thing.
audio is working fine. I don't know. It's whatever it is, whatever the issue is. It's on your end. Because I just listened to it through YouTube.
And others say suckers and losers. We have 9.
But now I've set my arm on the thing, so I've. There's 3 trimesters. Okay.
Which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue.
The politicians,
There we
the
go.
founders
That's
wanted
about
the
where we were at.
politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can.
Oh, so you are.
The baby.
So you are trolling me. You are trolling me. There's nothing wrong with my. There's nothing wrong with my sound, and no, it isn't racist. You know, most of my friends are Chinese, and almost all of them have American names, and that is why I assumed a Chinese name. Your identity politics is claptrap. You're offended by my name? Really? You're offended by my name? You know what I'm offended by? I'm offended by your claptrap. All right, that's it. He was trolling me. Goodbye.
In the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the governor, former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what.
No, seriously. Racist? I actually do know what it means. Round eyes, that's a racist term. Now that is a racist term. You're saying a white person, a Caucasian or American is not allowed to take a Chinese name? That is a racist. What are you using? You're Chinese, you're using American characters. Well, you're speaking in English. Your whole political outlook is ignorant and based on racism. I thought I muted this dude. This is a round eye. We can't do it, huh? Yeah, we can. I'm not going to ignore this person.
To do
Go
with
back
it.
to this.
So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only the woman's life is in danger.
Because a white person can't speak Chinese, huh? All right, back to this.
That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late.
I'm gonna guess that this GP person is a supporter of Genocide
You
Joe.
have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are.
And probably also a supporter of the union bureaucracy.
radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship.
Now, they said that they were going to mute the microphone when they weren't supposed to be talking, but that was like a seamless transition from one to the other.
Said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Another lie. Safety and security concerns? No. Again, we've already talked about this. The safety and security concerns are for the actual immigrants trying to emigrate to the United States. But the overwhelming majority of people who immigrate to the United States are law-abiding citizens who, as we have said, from recent studies, pay their taxes and are arrested less than their native-born compatriots.
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we find ourselves in a situation.
Again, the Border Patrol, one of the most fascistic branches of the United States government, supported him or endorsed him, he says. That's not something to be proud of for someone who claims to be the working man's president, which is a lie. He's the former senator from Delaware who was in every corporation's pocket. But that you could sit there and raise that as something that as something that elevates you in the eyes of the masses, it's just it's nonsensical, and it shows you just how out of touch Democrats are with the population at large. Their only interests are upper middle class twits like this fool here who claims that I'm racist because I have a Chinese name. Rather than this twit who's doing everything in his power to keep brown-skinned people out of the country and to direct working class anger towards those brown-skinned people.
When he was president, he was...
Although I shouldn't just say brown-skinned, because there are also a lot of Eastern European Slavs and such who are also being banned from the United States.
Separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure they were in the family.
And this thing that he's bringing up, this was actually started under the Obama administration when he was vice president. And it's continuing. And he just fought a legal battle in the Supreme Court in which they won the right. This was also taken over. This is the same legal battle that was fought by Trump and Obama before him. This whole thing started under Obama, but it went under all three administrations, and they all concurred to keep this El Salvadorian away from their spouse in the United States. They forced them to go back to El Salvador to appeal, and basically the Supreme Court, the most reactionary judges on the Supreme Court, supported the arguments of the Biden administration in forcing basically saying that spouses don't have the right to live together.
Families were separated.
But there was also another case recently where it was they fought for the right to separate children from their parents. Also, a Biden administration lawyers pleading that case.
That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of
That's about the most truthful thing he said today.
our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in.
Again, denigrating, fascistically denigrating all immigrants. This is not just being done in the United States. This is being done all over Europe. And it's even being done throughout Africa and Asia as well. This is just an appeal to racism, which GP ought to be into, considering he's a little racist. just from the liberal side of the aisle instead of the Republican side.
And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said,
Actually, he didn't just leave it open. He continued all of his policies on immigration, or with maybe one or two exceptions. He even helped. He even helped to keep funding the border wall and keep it going.
close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history.
And there's a outright, like a nudge, 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 wink, wink bit to the fascists in his audience.
Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump,
Well, and in that respect, that's probably the most honest thing that Biden has said during this entire debate. But they're both lying, and they both are anti-immigrant. Both parties are anti-immigrant, and that's because they're trying to direct workers' anger at some other, rather than where it belongs, with the capitalist oligarchy that is ruling the country. And that, incidentally, in the last couple of days has said that this person should resign so that they can stick someone else in.
on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our...
they said that he's the bad border, but it sounded like what he said was the bad water, which has been going under both administrations. And what I'm referring there to, of course, is the fact that American drinking water, for the most part, is, or tap water, is undrinkable without getting sick. After Flint, in which the water was actually poisoned by the people who ran the country, and none of them went to jail except for, I think one guy got a suspended sentence, some low-level flunky. But after the Flint crisis, there were reports done on the drinking supply all around the country, and it was found to be lacking. I think the one in Philadelphia was found to actually be worse than the drinking water in Flint.
For citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union.
Our people. Who's killing our people? And who does he mean by our people? And this whole thing, rat's nest, this is also basically racist.
Because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it...
At a level, he was going to go on and say, that we've never seen before. I've seen the Republican commercial. They allege that 3 people were killed by immigrants. None of them have been tried yet. just to point that out. But if there are millions of immigrants coming over into this country every year, we'll just say 2 million. It's probably a low ball for them, but I don't know. 3 murders. If we are to assume that they actually committed these murders. 3 out of 1 million. I don't know. Over the course of 3-4 years, whatever. If we just say the Biden administration, 3 years, because they wouldn't go back to Trump. So three people, 1 person a year, out of 2 million people. I think if you put those statistics next to any other group, those will probably be the lowest.
Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are...
Luxury hotels. I don't know what immigrants he's seeing, but they're not the same immigrants that I'm seeing or that I have worked with throughout my life. I mean, Rupert Murdoch may be staying in luxury hotels in New York. And he's probably responsible for a hell of a lot more deaths with his fascistic ideology that he's promulgated quite all over the world. This is just sickening. This constant barrage of attacks on immigrants. Like, I mean, to claim, just trying to claim that they are responsible for the fact that you can't get decent medical care. That getting medical care will put you into the poorhouse. If I want to get insurance right now, I basically would have to, if I work on my own, I'd probably have to pay to get semi-decent insurance coverage. It's not good insurance coverage, but semi-decent coverage to where I can go to the doctor and take care of most things outside of surgery, I'd still have to spend probably 1/10 of my income yearly just for the privilege of having the insurance, not for the actual payments and stuff that go along with it. And then, of course, if I get sick, then we're talking about a whole year or so. This has nothing to do with immigrants. The fact that we are handing out billions of dollars to the Israeli Defense Forces so that they can slaughter men, women, and children indiscriminately, wiping out entire cities, hospitals, schools, bombing tents, bombing aid trucks. You know, we're the ones who are supplying the weapons for that, and most of the intelligence. You know, that has nothing to do with immigrants. And the fact that most of them are, the fact that there are illegal immigrants is just nonsense. There's no reason we should have borders. Corporations are allowed to move back and forth at will whenever they frickin' want. And so are the rich. You know, as I said, if you have the money, you can go and live wherever you want. And that doesn't matter. If I have $1 million right now, any country in the world will be happy to take me as a citizen. But if you don't, then that's another thing. They're going to use you as a scapegoat for their own reprehensible policies. You know, it's not immigrants' fault that I have to pay $4 for a frickin' loaf of bread now. It's not immigrants who are who shelled out $109 billion in extra funding for essentially World War III. Between Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, $9 billion extra funding, over and above what was in the actual budget and what they secretly hand them under the table. You know what you could do with that kind of money? You could do a whole lot.
On the street, they're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things.
And this is another thing. Their constant heart. Neither party cares about veterans once they're out. That's why our VA hospitals are some of the worst in the world. Most of the homeless guys that you see walking around, if they're men, they're probably vets. The suicide rate among vets is astronomical. Even when we were at full throttle in like 2002, 2003 in Iraq and Afghanistan, there were more veterans killing themselves a day than that were being killed in combat.
Things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did, and I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
See, they didn't cut his mic off.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits.
Yeah, 1 million of them. You know how many people are veterans? A whole lot more than that. And guess what? They're talking about bringing back the draft, so there's going to be a whole, well, if the nukes don't start flying, there's going to be a whole lot more of them.
They're all being covered now, and his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all,
he was able to do that coherently because he obviously rehearsed that over and over again. Incidentally, yesterday after the debate, there was, and I know that Biden isn't actually doing his own tweeting and stuff, but on his Twitter account, the tweet was, "You're the loser, you're the sucker," and that was literally it. Like little kids, and then later on they edited the they must have deleted it and put up a new one, because then they put in "you're the loser" and "you're the sucker" in reference to veterans, and they said, well, not the veterans and blah blah blah. But in the first one they didn't do that. They were just like, "You're the loser, you're the sucker." The whole denigration of American political discourse is I mean, even Reagan and Carter and Kennedy were better than this. This is the best that the American ruling class has to offer. This is what the American ruling class says best represents American society. Well, and in their case, American oligarchs. These are the two representatives of our wealthy benefactors on high.
That was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economy.
Well, this is where they include like a little bits of truth with their lies, because the thing about Russia was made up. There's no doubt about that. I remember getting into an argument with some nutter a few years back. Like it was before the Trump election. Or no. It was before the last election. And the guy was like, "Wow, the Russians interfered in the election," and with Clinton. It was like, no, they didn't. He's like, "Yes, I'm a," and then the guy's like, "Well, I'm a lawyer and I know." I'm like, well, show us some evidence. So you know what this fool does? He puts a link to the congressional whitewash that was put out. He's like, "Well, it's in there." What a great fucking lawyer you are, huh? Is that what you do in your court cases? You just you take a book and you throw it down in front of the jury and says, "My client's innocent. Looky there." Yeah. I forced him to give some quotes, and like every quote that he gave was nonsensical and had nothing to do with it. They spent millions, actually I think they might have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on this investigation into Russian meddling in the 2016 election. And they found not one iota of evidence. The only thing that they were able to say is that some people who may have been Russians paid for $100,000 worth of advertising on Facebook. Yeah. That's not even what either of these two clowns, well, it's not what him or Clinton spent on one freaking commercial. So yeah, I mean, if that influenced the election, well, you know what? those are some damn good advertising gurus. They need to be put to work somewhere for something else.
Economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
Four-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now.
That's their only obligation, is to, this is what he's saying. Our only obligation is to take care of veterans and to equip them for war. But that's what he is. He's a president of war. He's a president of fascism, president of war. That doesn't mean that this president of fascism will not resort to war, or that this president of war will not resort to fascism.
Doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war.
And as you can see from the racist clown in the chat, who obviously is a Democratic supporter, there's not a whole lot of difference between their rhetoric.
Against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible, embarrassing.
Well, along those lines, he is correct. But it wasn't just him. I mean, yeah, the United States was involved in Ukraine way before Mr. Biden popped into office. But he did encourage it. What is it? The more than 10, the double-digit number of chemical weapons labs in Ukraine point to that fact. But the encroachment on Russian territory by NATO is not something that is the sole purvey of Mr. Biden or Mr. Trump, but it's been going on since literally the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And as far as casualties, the best numbers released so far is excuse me, is over 500,000 Ukrainians dead. And over 100,000 Russians dead. Actually, no. I think I don't think it's quite 100,000, but I do know that the number for the Ukrainians is over 500,000 dead, and I do know that there's over 1 million Russian wounded. And if there's 500,000 dead, you can extrapolate from that there's at least 10 times that amount that are wounded. So at least 5 million wounded. I just heard a report. Well, not just that, but in Ukraine right now, they're pressing people into service. They're running out of bodies to put on the front line. There are reports that that the officers are selling the weapons and forcing people to just go onto the front lines with no weapons, just to be targets.
The most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine.
He talked to him about it. Surprised I haven't heard the Democrats seize on that.
Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all.
Actually, most of the funding for Hamas, or for who are in charge of, or were in charge of the Gaza Strip before it was obliterated, was coming from the United States and Israel. They funded the Palestinian Authority.
My administration.
Oh, and the invasion on October 7th bears a lot of similarity with a lot of other attacks on Western countries over the last few years, especially with connections between the supposed terrorist groups and the ones being attacked. But in spite of that, there are definite there's been definite reports that are true that Israel not only stood down their forces, but they moved them away from areas that they knew were going to be hit, and that when they went in, that when they did come in, they purposely made sure that they made sure that there was a lot of collateral damage. In other words, killing a lot of Israelis with friendly fire, in order to make the body counts go up. Along those lines, but I mean, putting all of that aside, to say that people who are essentially being kept in a prison and being oppressed don't have the right to fight back is nonsensical to the core. And I mean, they think it's okay to just constantly crush people underfoot, and that if they dare to raise their head to speak up, that they need to be doubly crushed. It's just, it's sickening.
This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out.
I'm not sure what he's referring to, but, you know, if the Iranians were to launch an attack on American forces, the United States would use it as a cause belli to immediately invade the country, which is one of the reasons that the Iranians' responses to both the provocations of the United States and the Israelis has been so muted.
Of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
And encourage him to do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it.
Oh, he's trying to say that Putin said this. He's getting Putin and Trump confused. Well, let's talk about that, shall we? The Russians have the second largest stockpile of munitions in the world. If they wanted to destroy Kiev or any Ukrainian city for that matter, they could have done so 10 times over whenever they wanted to. I mean, there's just no doubt about that. I think it was like a month or two ago that they did actually send a couple of missiles and fired them at Kiev for the first time. I mean, to claim that they haven't been able to do that because they are being held back by the weapons and the munitions and the American brilliance or NATO, whatever, strategic planning is just utter claptrap. There's just no, there's no validity to it. And the invasion by the Russians was meant to, well, from the Putin perspective, was to try and build a buffer zone around their borders, and specifically with there has been fighting going on since 2014 in the Donbass region of Ukraine between Russian-speaking separatists and the Ukrainian government, which, by the way, was put into power by the United States and NATO. $5 billion of funding came from the United States, but apparently the Germans did their bit too, as well as the French and the British, to put a fascist government into power. That's what that was. There was a pro-Russian leader that was overthrown by the United States and NATO. After that, there was a civil war going on between the east and the west of the country. The Russians wound up invading because they wanted a buffer zone, and they were under the impression that Ukraine was going to be joining NATO shortly. So, but their invasion has been very muted. I mean, as I said, they could have wiped out most of Ukraine's territory 10 times over had they wanted to. Even now, Putin is trying to come to some accommodation with Western imperialism. This former slug from the KGB has been trying to link arms with the bourgeoisie in the West since he came to power. He's made appeal after appeal to join NATO, to be a part of that. But that Russia is not an imperialist country. They are a country to be colonized. And that's exactly what's going on here. The United States and NATO want to break Russia up and put all of their massive amounts of resources under their control. And they are not going to be satisfied until they do so. Mr. Trump thinks the United States strategically should be focused more on China right now, because right now they are more of an economic competitor with the United States. And whereas the Biden administration thinks it's better to sideline the Russians first before they go after the Chinese. There's not a whole lot of difference in their policies. little emphasis, just on the emphasis on what they want to achieve first.
And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
as
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the
No, they're
territory
not
in Ukraine.
acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
That Trump can appear as the anti-war candidate is just disgusting and says a lot more about the Democrats than they wish to admit. Even the cats agree.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when he...
It was the United States that overthrew the democratically elected government in 2014. And if we're going to talk about war criminals, they call him Genocide Joe.
If he takes Ukraine, what do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East.
We're strong because we spend all of our money on building weapons that we send off to overseas governments to force them to pay it back to us at some future possible date. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of that money that's gone to Ukraine are in the form of loans. At some point, if somehow this ends with Ukraine and Russia at a stalemate or what have you not, and it doesn't escalate it further, which it will. But if by some act of God it were not to escalate further and it would peter out and blah, 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 the Ukrainians are so far in debt that they would never be able to dig their way out of that hole. NATO owns Ukraine at this point. And then when you take into account 500,000 young men dead and another 5 million of them wounded, and probably 10 million or 5 million hiding in other countries, well, yeah, they'll never pay that back.
In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden...
They've killed tens of thousands of civilians. Tens of thousands as of December. There were over 30,000 dead. That number has, in the interim, has only gone up 10,000. But that's because there's no one left to report. They've leveled entire cities. the scale of destruction has not tapered off, and it has not leveled off. It has escalated. So with an escalation, a further congregation of the people into smaller and smaller areas, with an escalation of the bombings, that does not mean that the number of dead are going down, okay? We didn't have 10,000 people die between January and June and have 30,000 die between October and the end of December. So we're probably talking about over 100,000 dead right now, if not more.
Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard.
That's just bullshit. Plain and simple. Hamas isn't even fighting a war, for God's sake. What have they found so far? Bottle rockets and frickin' rifles? And not even frickin' AK-47s have I seen, but rifles. Seriously, this is not a war. This is a slaughter. This is like saying that the Zulus need to back down from the British. This is disgusting. And that's why he's called Genocide Joe.
To get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need.
Fact is that they've already handed out 14,000 of those 2,000-pound bombs. 14,000 2,000-pound bombs have already gone out to them. And it's very clear, based on what he just says, that they know exactly what the purpose is to exterminate as many of the population as possible. In other words, it's an ethnic cleansing operation that he has paid for. Well, he and our government have paid for.
Need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli.
Yeah, and that's a bunch of shit too. That they said that were they were ballistic missiles and blah blah blah. No, and then it came down to be like, oh well, there were 7 of the missiles were and then they're like, no, they're just long range missiles, and they're or mostly drones. The missiles were more like the kind of like those Scuds that they used to fire that had no targeting capabilities.
Was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world, and so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do.
And then they throw up this crap. Bin Laden. Bin Laden was staying in a Pakistani safe house, a mansion. He was guarded by Pakistani troops. This was known by the U.S. government. The U.S. government let the Pakistanis know that they were coming in to get bin Laden. So the Pakistani troops that were guarding bin Laden stood down, took off. Americans crashed their helicopter into the compound. Pakistanis didn't show up. Americans didn't continue into the compound until a relief copter showed up. And then they went in and they just, the accounts were, I would recommend you look up Seymour Hersh's account, where they just went in, they killed him and his family. There was nothing left of them. And then they wound up dumping him out of the bits and pieces of him, dumping him out of a plane. He was apparently confined to his bed and his dialysis machine. They killed him and his wife and his wives. But the thing is they knew where he was the entire time. It was a joke of an operation, a lie of an operation. That's why when you read the Navy SEALs secret accounts of their, each one of them told a different story. But yeah, Bin Laden was a paid operative of the U.S. government. They claimed that there was like well, they claimed that after like 95 that he was no longer, or was it 95 or 93 when that embassy in is it Kenya? Is it the Kenyan embassy or the Tanzanian embassy? It was somewhere in East Africa. Was attacked by Al Qaeda. They claimed that at that point that they broke with the intelligence services of the West. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the whole the whole lead up to 9/11 and the fact that Osama bin Laden was staying in a luxury villa in Pakistan under guard of Pakistani troops, that the U.S. knew about it in advance or knew about it the entire freaking time, it leads one to the belief and to the conclusion that his operations were still paid for and directed by American intelligence services. Be that as it may, all of these terrorist groups are highly infiltrated by American intelligence operatives. So there's really not much of a chance of any of them doing anything that they aren't aware of in advance, or alternatively that they haven't prepared in advance.
And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants.
So he's not criticizing really the war in Ukraine. He still wants to keep it going on, but he just wants the Europeans to pay more. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Well, I would not be supporting this war. Well, I would make sure they spend more money.
Wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like.
Let them go and finish the job. What he means by the job is the ethnic cleansing of the entire Palestine, of all Arabs and Christians, apparently.
Like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but were we ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an
If we are, they're not trying to avoid any major war in Europe. They're escalating it at every opportunity. They have escalated. Biden has said time after time after time that this is a red line that we're not going to cross. And immediately after he says it, within a week or two, they cross it. We're not going to give them tanks. Well, we give them tanks. We're not going to give them this long-range artillery. I don't know. We're not going to give them planes. Or we're not going to give them... Every single frickin' time he has violated those red lines. He said that, and saying this, when he was originally put out some of these red lines, he said that, well, if we were to do that, that would start a world war. That might start a nuclear world war. We can't do that. But now apparently it's okay.
Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other...
And that's one of the things they've been trying to do. They've been trying to get the Russians to attack some of the NATO countries, especially some of the smaller ones like Lithuania or Latvia with fascists in power. They've been NATO forces are lining the borders of all of these, and of course now in Finland. So they've consistently expanded the borders of the NATO alliance since 1991 to where it's essentially they're essentially lined up all around and completely encircled Russia. And this has been done through bribes, intimidation, and coups. Most notably, the color revolutions, which were not revolutions at all.
nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO.
Actually, it's not. The increased military spending by the NATO powers has less to do with Trump wanting them to pay their fair share and a hell of a lot more to do with them wanting to be able to assert their own independent imperialist interests around the world. And this goes especially true for France and Germany.
You don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor of, in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I
Literally from this point on in the presidential election last time around, he was sitting there saying that if he didn't win, that the election was stolen, and he was proceeding from that perspective from that point on, trying to arrange a political coup in case he was not elected. And that's exactly what happened on January 6th. But this fool said that he didn't want to prosecute Trump, that he needed a strong Republican Party in opposition, and that it was his job to build them up. So for the last 3 years, they've done absolutely nothing to prosecute him for the charges of carrying out an insurrection. Instead, they try and hook him up with the sex scandal BS. Like who he's stooping has anything to do with how who he's physically stooping has anything to do with how he's stooping the rest of the population and democratic rights. But that's because these guys don't support democratic rights either. And you can see that in the way that they, for one, Hillary Clinton's primary campaign against Bernie Sanders in 2016. Yeah, that was like the most glaring demonstration of their lack of democratic credentials. But the fact that he wants to suppress his violation of the Constitution is yet another example of that.
offered it to her, and she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up to Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no,
Actually, he said he wants to pardon
he went
them.
to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all.
So his claim is that the January 6th insurrectionists were peacefully protesting. Yeah, all you got to do, the film is right there. There's plenty of, just go Google it or YouTube it. And you can see just how nonviolent these insurrectionists were. And you might be able to also see the scaffolding that they erected, in which they said that they were going to be hanging the senators, Democratic senators, and the Rhino Republicans.
Gone now, out of office. And Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information.
Oh, and that includes Pence. They were calling for his head, too.
They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump.
And what deletion of information is he talking about? They just make shit up.
Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person at this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked them the first...
Actually, I don't think it was. Did the Republicans... Did the January 6th insurrectionists overturn statues? I think it was the Democratic... It's actually before, huh? Yeah, it was the Democrats who were overturning the statues in the period immediately preceding that. Statues of Lincoln, Jefferson, Grant, on the basis that they were slavers, basically.
The debates we had first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys?
Actually, he told the Proud Boys to stand by during their last presidential debate.
We denounce the people we're talking about now? We denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, That's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your
Yeah, what he's
prosecutor having to
talking
do with
about.
the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir.
The claim, though, that he's done nothing wrong is one of the biggest lies. That either of them could spout such a freaking lie without being questioned is ridiculous. But that whole little bit that he just went over was just as rambling and incoherent as he's been the entire time.
You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean,
Well, see, this is what they went after him for, legally. They went after him for having sex with a frickin' porn star and paying him off, instead of for launching an insurrection against the United States government, for calling for the head of his vice president, Michael Pence. No, we're not going to prosecute him for that. We're going to get him for having sex with a porn star. Same with Bill Clinton. Well, we're going to get him for having sex with his page or with his intern, instead of carrying out war crimes in Bosnia.
what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
So we know that was a rehearsed line. Like Lloyd Benson's, "You're no Jack Kennedy."
One. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever.
And his poll numbers did go up because of it, because people understand that it's a personal attack. They're not trying to prosecute him for the actual crimes that he committed, because they don't want to talk about that in public. They want, as Biden said, a strong Republican opposition. And as Obama said, it's just an intramural scrimmage. Their real enemy is us, the working class.
Taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any presidents say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq because of a...
Along those lines, yeah, he's known to have kept a copy of Mein Kampf next to his bedside. Now, it's not, it doesn't mean that you're a fascist because you read Mein Kampf, because most people should read it because you should know what he thought. But to keep it by your bedside, over the course of years, that's the act of a fascist. What was the other thing? Let's get back to this.
I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young.
But these are the people that he's making common cause with in his attacks upon anti-genocide protesters, and when they call them anti-Semitic.
Woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. Good things Hitler's done. That's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
And that is a very good point. Probably his best point of the night. But you know what? It could also be said the same is true for the Democrats. Literally a few days before the October 7th invasion, the entire Canadian Parliament, including the American ambassador, the German ambassador, and representatives from all of the European nations all stood and gave a standing ovation to, what's his name, Hronka, this Ukrainian member of the Waffen-SS during World War II. Give a standing ovation to an actual Nazi. And these are the people that are claiming that anti-genocide protesters are anti-Semitic. The same people that make common cause with Nazis. And to be frank, the entire Ukrainian government and military is riddled with them. The people who carried out the coup were fascists. They worship Stepan Bandera, who carried out pogroms against Jews in Ukraine during World War II at the behest of the Nazis.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place.
No, he hasn't. That's exactly what he says. They were actually running around with tiki torches and their little khaki shorts and sandals, and they were saying, "Jews will not replace us," which is a slogan from the Great Replacement Theory, which a very large portion of the Republican congressional representatives are a party to or believe in. I have to take a very short break, and I will be right back. I didn't think this was going to, I thought it was like an hour and a half. We've already been on here for 2.5 hours. So I will be right back. All right, we are back at it. Let me turn the music off.
Every anchor every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that. And he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
He said it on national television. These are all very fine people. There are some very fine people out there.
President Biden?
And debunk. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why.
And we saw the next day you going, oh, well, no biggie.
40 of his 44 top cabinet officers.
And I should add, not just him who said, no biggie and nothing to see here, but the entire pseudo-left spectrum. They all said, oh, no, it wasn't an insurrection. It was like a riot of a bunch of jokers. It was a joke. That's what they said. There's nothing important here. This was not an insurrection. This was not an attempt to overthrow the Constitution. This was not a coup attempt. That's what they were saying. The Democratic Socialists of America, the Spartacists, the RCP, the Maoists, the Marciites in the Workers' World Party, or what are they called now, PSL, whatever. They all said the same thing. Oh, there's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Let's move on. Let's move on. That's what they did. That's why this sucker is not in freaking jail right now. Because of him and the entire what passes for lefts in the bourgeois left in the United States.
Refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know.
Well, the vice president was was one of the guys they said they were going to hang on that scaffolding that was outside. So, I mean, yes, there are people like what's his name, Ted Cruz, who are able to like just completely debase themselves in supplication before the would-be Führer. But, I don't think he was threatened with assassination by a crowd of a couple of thousands with a scaffolding set up outside.
Know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Started at any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been.
Oh, what was this question? We got to see this question.
While black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made.
This is an attempt to claim that the United States is a racist society. Most of the inner cities are populated by a majority of darker skinned people. That's blacks, Asians, Hispanics, Eskimos, what have you. Whereas whites, Caucasians overwhelmingly populate the rural areas. Now, while there is, I mean, there is, I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't racism going on in the United States, because there is. There's a lot of it, especially from official circles. I mean, I used to work in the casinos. You can look at it there. I mean, it's institutionalized. Most of the dealers, I mean, there are white people interspersed throughout, but most of the dealers are Asians. That's changing now. Most of the hotel staff are Hispanic. Cooking staff or cleaning staff are usually are black, and then the kitchen staff is like a little mix of Hispanic and blacks. So I mean, there is a certain amount of institutional racism, but the fact is that it's used by society, the bourgeoisie, to keep workers divided. Most of the people who are in jail are white. Most of the people who are poor are white. Most of the people shot by police are white. Those are facts. However, as I said, that does not negate the fact that there is a lot of racism, institutional racism in this society. And that is done to keep workers separated. And that's exactly why the Democratic Party harped on identity politics over and over and over again. To keep workers divided along whatever possible means they can come up with. Sexual orientation, the color of their skin, their religion, where they work, seniority, everything is used to keep workers divided. Because once workers come together and create rank and file committees in all of the businesses, industries, schools, neighborhoods, there's nothing that they will be able to do to put them down. Once workers come together organizationally, there is nothing, absolutely nothing that the bourgeoisie can do to stop them. And that is why they constantly bring up every possible division that they can possibly think of. They even try to create divisions among blacks between darker skinned blacks and lighter skinned blacks. Seriously. There's nothing progressive about identity politics or the Democratic Party.
Made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there are small black businesses that have been started at any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in them.
Raising or building up black businesses does nothing to ameliorate the crisis of poverty that affects the vast majority of blacks. Just like promoting black nationalist Democrats into the mayoral offices of every major city in the United States has not helped to alleviate the suffering and the poverty of blacks in the inner city. Creating a black capitalist class to sit side by side with the white capitalist class and a Hispanic capitalist class and blah, 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 blah. This was all strongly supported by Richard Nixon. Because they know that the issue is not race, but class.
Long time. Number three.
That's why you have these jokers like this GP guy coming around saying that my name is racist because I'm using a Chinese name and I've got round eyes. Because their entire perspective revolves around keeping workers divided by any means possible.
We find providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation,
It's not just black families. It's all families. Hell, and this is not something new. This has been going on for, I'm 56 years old. When my son was growing up, I had to pay, literally, we had when we had two incomes, we was literally paying one of our incomes for childcare. I wound up quitting my job because my wife made slightly more money than me, just so that, because there was no reason to send him to childcare because I was spending my entire salary on daycare. And this was in the 1990s, for God's sake. And it's just gotten worse in the interim.
I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation...
Really? Is that true? Did they pass a law that says any black home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit? Does that include Jesse Jackson? Or Will Smith? They're any black men. So they're going to get a $10,000 credit while I get shit? And I have got no income for the last year. I mean, see, this is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that the Democrats specialize in. This is why they are called the gravedigger of every social movement. Because that's what they are. What about the Hispanics? They don't get an offer of this? What about the Indians? They don't get it. They don't get a shot at this?
Where all those black families and those black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation.
I think he's saying that this is, it's got, I'm not sure, so, but I'm guessing that what he means is that this affects black families. Because I'm sure if this would have been a program that was just for black families, there would have been a big to-do about it. And not just among the fascistic element of society, but also amongst the Hispanics, the Indians, India, Native Americans, and so on and so forth. You can't sit there and just hand out, well, they do to the rich. They do give handouts, unlimited handouts to the rich and not to everybody else. But other than that, you can't claim to be democracy when you're elevating one group of people over another. Period. And whether you're elevating white people or you're elevating black people or Asians or what have you, any of them is anything to democracy and democratic rights.
He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed.
Yeah, it was an idyllic dream. We were all floating on clouds, playing a harp. The bourgeoisie lives in a completely different world than we do. I mean, he is right. Yeah, it is killing people, this inflation. And it will continue to kill people. The whole ruling class policy is over the last few years in driving up interest rates has been in order to force workers up against a wall. Driving up interest rates is going to force, or has forced, poorer performing companies to the wall as well. And by forcing them to the wall, they wind up going bankrupt, they get bought out, their entire workforce gets dismissed, throwing people into unemployment and driving down wages. That was essentially the reason for the raising of an interest rate and the abandonment after 14 years of quantitative easing. It was an effort not to drive down inflation, but to drive down demands for workers, higher wages by workers. And that was and that policy is supported by both the Republicans and the Democrats.
Destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
Literally every issue, according to Trump, goes back to immigration. This is like this is the fascist tabula rasa. I mean, everything is supposedly the result of immigrants coming to this country illegally. I mean, just having to talk about it is asinine, because it's obvious that this is just completely untrue. It's not the poorest people in society that are robbing society blind. It's the ones at the top. Not the ones who have to fear the immigration ICE coming through the door every night. Or the ones who are having, whose bosses say, oh, you know what, I'm only going to give you $5. What are you going to do? Huh? You going to call the police? Huh? It's not them that are poisoning the entire political arena. It's capitalism and the rich, where capitalism is a system where everything is subordinated to the sale of labor power and expropriating the produce or the product that is produced by labor. That's what it rests on. Stealing money from the people who actually make things. And everything is based off of that. And now in the United States, over the course of the last 40 years, a process of financialization has taken place, where they have decimated entire swaths of industry time and time again in order to make money off of it by shifting the money, not by producing things, but by shifting the money from one person's pocket to another.
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of...
Well, you know, that wasn't entirely Trump's fault. There was this thing called the COVID pandemic that happened. But they were both responsible for sending people back into work in unsafe conditions, especially children. And the damage that has been done has been incalculable.
Millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure.
And that's just another big, the whole Affordable Care Act was a big boondoggle for the rich and the insurance companies. It had nothing to do with helping poor people out. The fact that they mandated that you get this coverage, which was basically worthless, was just another way of transferring, what was it, $2,000, $4,000 into the hands of the insurance companies that they otherwise wouldn't have gotten, to give them to get insurance coverage that was essentially worthless. You had to pay $4,000 and it doesn't kick in until you spend another $1,000. Nobody can afford this. I was making 50 grand a freaking year, and up until I mortgaged my house again and took out a loan, I couldn't afford to do anything. I had a surgery. It cost $2,500 to do surgery on my shoulder. I couldn't afford it. And I'm not living. You see how people. You look at my videos. You see how I live. I don't live like a king. I buy everything generic brands. You know, and I was one of the better off people. Anytime any capitalist politician proposes a program, believe me, it's got nothing to do with helping anybody who works for a living. Somehow, that policy, whatever it is meant to extract money from workers and hand it over to the rich.
That they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for the health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people are shot.
I'm pretty sure Donald Trump doesn't want to cut cops. But I also don't doubt the fact that he's put more police on the streets than anyone else. You know what? The police aren't there to help us. The police are there to protect capital. And they are there to protect the interests of those sitting at the top, at the expense of those of us at the bottom. That's why there are over 3,000 police killings in this country every year. Okay? It's not, was it 3,000? Oh, it's like at least 8. I think I think it's like 1,800 police killings. It might be 3,000. But at least 1,800 police killings a year. And they're all poor people. It's not a black thing, a Hispanic thing, or a white thing. They're not going around shooting black people driving Mercedes or Porsches. Just like they don't shoot white people, or just like they do shoot white people driving around in junky Ford Escorts or VW Bugs. It's about class, about money, not about race.
To make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was
Again, Biden did nothing. He shifted. There was not a shift in policy in regards to the pandemic when the Democrats came in versus the Republicans. If anything, the Democrats were able to more efficiently do away with COVID regulations than the Republicans ever would have been able to.
hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with with Tim, as you know. Tim Scott was incredible.
Well, I can't really deny that because I'm not sure about it, but I mean, it would sound like something that Republicans would do, because and Democrats, because right now it's another way of isolating, segregating, dividing the working class. Well, why don't you guys go to your Chinese schools, and you guys go to your black schools, and you guys go to your Jewish schools, and you guys go to your Baptist schools, and you guys go to your white schools, and whatever. Yeah, that's what they like to do. You keep everybody divided and arguing amongst yourselves so that they can't turn around and face the guys who are really causing the problems. And it's not just the guys, it's the system that produces them.
He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left, President Trump.
And again, he brings it back around to immigration. Everything is about immigration for the fascist.
Take any action as president to slow the climate crisis.
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we would.
Yeah, that's just lies. From wanting it, I mean, he mentioned earlier that he was like known as the deregulating king. Yeah, and those regulations, they make sure that you have clean air, clean water. Well, they don't make sure, but they tend to try and make it to where those things are better, or they're not completely horrible. And he's done away with those regulations. So yeah, wanting it, he's lying about it, and the fact that we had it, saying that we had it, is also just a bunch of BS.
Using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find our.
Yeah, and that's just full of shit too. The climate change regulations and legislation that has been passed, not just here, but around the world, has been a joke. And none of it has actually been against the climate. Usually it's some kind of way, again, for the capitalist class to finagle money from the working class into their coffers. That's essentially what it is. Whether it's the what was it? They had this big thing like 20 years ago. The thing was a stock market. So they would sell. You could buy pollution credits or stock or whatever. So every corporation was allowed to produce this much pollution. So then they started, well, we don't produce any pollution, so let's sell our allowance to somebody else. Yeah, that's. So basically, if a corporation that was really a big polluter and they wanted to do it legally without any issue, all they had to do was buy the allowances of other companies. But and in this case, it's like, well, we're going to pay you to take this and this and put this in. So literally, it's all about taking money from us and handing it over to the corporations. It had nothing to do with actually stopping climate change.
And by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have those. They don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college.
So these historically black colleges, which are private institutions, he's come up with $15 billion to fund them? Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. The government should be funding public universities that are open to all people, not private institutions that deal to one race or another, to one religion or another, or to one political group or another. None of that should be going on. And it wouldn't be going on if there was anything resembling democracy going on in this country.
As you're doing any white student can do. They just have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it. Because if we
fracking, that's what it was called. It just reminded me. They both were involved in bringing fracking to gigantic proportions in the United States, which contaminates the groundwater.
At any one point where there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it.
And that's wrong too. Existential threat to humanity is coming from a bigger one, and one that's going to happen a lot quicker than climate change at the moment is World War III, which is actually going on and is constantly expanding. I mean, the French president says that Putin's threats to use nuclear weapons are just a bluff, and he's going to call it. Thank you. You're going to risk the entire humanity on your poker skills. But the same goes for him. For Biden and Sunak and Schultz in Germany, they're all saying the same shit. They're all willing to risk humanity's existence in order to conquer Russia and get a hold of their resources.
He must undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, there it is.
There it is. No matter what the question, it always goes back to those immigrants. Doesn't have anything to do with the fact that 1,000 people have over $1 billion. Nope, it's not them that are wasting society's resources. It's those immigrants that are coming in. Most of them having to work for basically nothing. Yeah, it's all their fault. I'm sorry, but if you believe that kind of nonsense, you're an idiot. There's just no other way of putting it. You're just a friggin' idiot. And you need to pull your head out and think.
The biggest heart on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything if we're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control? One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
Yeah, you know, they've been saying, they said this like for the last 30 years, that Social Security is going to run out of money. Social Security is going to run out of money. Well, if it does, the reason that it's running out of money, that it's going to run out of money, is because they keep stealing the money. They keep taking money out and handing it to do things like spend $109 billion on war, and then put an IOU in there, and then sometimes they put it in back, and sometimes they don't. Kind of like what was going on with people's retirement programs over the course of the last 20 years, especially the auto industry, where they started defunding the retirement programs, and I believe teachers as well. They started cutting down on the amount of money that they were supposed to put in there. And then they got to a point where they said, oh, there's no way we could pay for it. Well, yeah, because you haven't been putting the frickin' money in. It's time to expropriate the wealth of the wealthiest 10% of the population and distribute it equally. Social equality, not oligarchic dominance, is what we need.
There. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I'm been proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 80.
You know, up until about the 80s, the tax rate for the wealthiest parts of society was over 75%. Trying to get those people who've clawed back their money to in this atmosphere of decline of capitalism, and thinking that they're going to be paying their fair share is just nonsense. It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is they're going to keep gutting social programs, and whatever money they have left over, they're going to keep handing back over to the rich, whether in the armaments industry or into the financial sector. None of that money is going to the working class. The only way to fight this is to organize against the Republicans, the Democrats, the Greens, the Libertarians, and all the other parties that support the capitalist system.
2 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing I'll do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever.
Who does he think he's kidding? They don't care about any of the people in our society, whether seniors, whether small children. Mr. Let's get back to school during a friggin' pandemic. Well, COVID doesn't affect children. That was his say. He told a kid, COVID doesn't affect children. They don't care about veterans. They don't care about immigrants, except to deport them and vilify them. They don't care about people who have to work for a living. They don't care about people who are standing up against genocide. They're calling them anti-Semitic and doxing them, trying to keep them from working, evicting them from housing, which they've already paid for. They don't care about the great mass of society that cannot afford to go to a doctor, that cannot afford to get things fixed, that cannot afford frickin' medicine. They talk about prescription. Why? This is a medicine that somebody has to take every day cost $35. Why? It's because they want to make money off of it. They want to make money off of your suffering as much as they can. When anything comes down, which might benefit us in some way, it's only so that they can take more in the other hand. That's why living conditions for the great mass of humanity, not just in the United States, but all around the world, but here in the United States specifically, has been going down for the last 40 years. One contract after another is being colluded on by the union bureaucrats with the bosses through their labor management committees of one sort or another to force workers to take concessions year after year after year. That's why nowadays when you work in an auto plant, you're probably better off working in a McDonald's. You'll probably get full time faster, and you're probably getting paid better. And this is across the board. They don't give a rat's ass about anybody other than themselves and people that can benefit themselves.
Before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised...
Again, the ACA is crap insurance. Unless you are wealthy and can afford to shell out $12,000 or $13,000 a year on your medical insurance, you're getting crappy insurance that basically only allows you to go to a doctor and get a prescription. That's it. And if it's anything more than that, and actually that's probably still going to get you charged up until the first $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000, whatever your frickin' deductible is, which is astronomically high. This is not a cost that can be afforded by anyone who works for a living, unless they're getting paid $75,000, $80,000 a year. If you're making 50, 60 grand or less a year, you can't afford $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 out of pocket. You just can't afford it. If you do, you're not going to eat, or you're not going to be able to drive back and forth to work, or you're not going to be able to pay for your rent or your utility bills, which this month here in Vegas, electric bills are like $400 in a small place. They have no conception of what it is like to get by in society. He sits there and talks, well, we grew up and it was, yeah, that was 80 or 60 years, 70 years ago. He doesn't know what it's like now. His family, nobody in his family is going wanting. And that goes double for Trump.
The amount of money for Pell Grants went up $15,000 toward their tuition.
$15,000. What the fuck is that? When they're raising the price of tuition by $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 a semester at public institutions. Education should be free up to and including the doctoral level, period. So should all medical care. All schooling, all medical care, free to everybody who needs it, period.
He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about.
We're both living in a fantasy world. We got a doddering senile fool and a fascist doddering fool. Neither of which can speak the truth for longer than a second at a time.
Being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted.
As I said, with the whole purpose of raising interest rates is to induce a recession. This is a bipartisan policy of the Republicans and the Democrats that was taken on 2 years ago. They wanted to induce a recession in order to force down wages and force up profits. And the fact that they're going to have to crush and throw to a wall a number of poor performing corporations is irrelevant.
Him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what was...
See, that's just bullshit. Okay, I remember $75 a week. Okay, what is that? That's that was in 1994. So 75 a week. That's 150. That's $300 a month, just for actually maybe about $400 a month. Okay, so what is that? That's like $5,000, and that's just for the fee. That doesn't include food and all the other shit, or taking care of your kid. So 30 years ago, you're trying to tell me that the price has only doubled. I say bullshit. It's probably doubled in the last 4 years. And like I said, even at that time, I mean, you can't afford it. What's the point?
you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected.
Wow, he's really going way back.
The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there.
It's not easy to fire people. This is the guy who got social media fame by saying, "You're fired!" Oh my God, the lies and just the idiocy. I mean, the question was on daycare, and he's going back to something that was talked about an hour ago.
He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country.
What he should have done was he should have fired everyone that was involved in aiding and abetting the insurrection, which he did not do. No, he left them there.
He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed?
And of course, he brings it right back to immigration, as the good Nazi always does.
Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much.
Actually, he came out with a fascistic border immigration proposal that he drew up with the Republicans. There's essentially a coalition government going on right now, and he is just trying to draw Donald Trump into it.
It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We are the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one.
All right. So we have one fascist fool saying that the entire everything revolves around immigration, and he's saying that the other one, the doddering fool, says that, oh no, we're the greatest country in the world because we have the greatest military force in the world. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Military don't put food on the table. Military don't pay, we don't give a shit what color the boot is or what color the person is who's got his boot on our neck. All right? We don't care what language they're speaking. Whether they're speaking English, whether they're speaking Chinese or Czechoslovakian, it doesn't matter. What matters is they got their frickin' boot on our neck. And right now, they're trying to push it down even further. This one through war, this one through repression. Actually, they're both doing it through this one focuses more on repression while this one focuses more on war. But they're both equally into both.
No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online.
If no one wants to screw with us, why are we spending $109 billion for Taiwan, Ukraine, and Israel? Why isn't that money being spent here in the United States for healthcare, for education, to fix our frickin' roads, which are all basically potholes? And at least out here on the west, but from what I hear back east, it's the same there too. Oh, you got crumbling bridges. Look at that. Did you see the dam in Minnesota last week?
159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all.
It's like listening to two kids arguing with
That's
each
a
other.
fact.
He's the worst. He's the worst.
Projection.
I'm the
You can
best.
argue
I'm the
they're wrong, but
best.
That's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase.
Neither of them has done anything for child care except make it more expensive for the rest of us.
Women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to hold to have
Thank you, President
child care
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate
so
me,
bad.
yeah, I'll
I'm
show
so
you, I will
good.
show you.
I'm
And
so
they rate
bad.
me one of the best.
He's so bad.
okay?
I'm the
And
best. He's
if
the
I'm
worst.
given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be
What
the best.
was this?
Nobody's ever
It's
created
like
an
watching
economy like us. Nobody
5-year-olds.
ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire, so everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, fact of the matter
They were bringing more money into their own pockets. The trickle-down theory is exactly as George Bush said in 1979, voodoo economics, and nothing has changed in the interim.
is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference.
They're both. Yeah, Trump does. He's going to create tariffs like crazy because that's what reactionary politicians do. But he's done the same thing. He just put a 100% tariff on EVs coming from China. So instead of costing us $10,000 a pop, which most people might be actually able to afford, they're going to cost $20,000 minimum a pop. They're both just lying scumbags for the rich. And what's sad is that the ruling class has put these two forward. These are their best representatives. And to be frank, based on my knowledge of corporate America and billionaires and such, they're about to, they're perfect examples of representatives of the ruling class. Ignorant, no knowledge about history, egocentric to the utmost, liars, unable to speak the truth for even a mere 2 or 3 seconds, and completely self-involved and debased. I mean, what Marx said about the financialization of society and being the what is it, the realization of the lumpen proletariat at the heights of society, covered in the filth and muck of gambling.
Food, and all the things that are very important. Number 2, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number 1. Number 2, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost
Thank you, President Biden.
$160,000.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the
COVID?
opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year. primarily from fentanyl.
It's
and
less
other
than the
opioids.
amount that are dying
What do
from
you do to
COVID.
help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit
So
with
they
China.
just talk about whatever they
He gets
want to
paid
talk
by
about.
China.
Forget
He's
the
a
questions.
Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China.
And I'm sure
So I think he's afraid. to
somehow
move or something.
immigrants are going to come up
But
here.
do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question
How are they
was,
destroying?
What are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border.
There we go. That's how it comes. It's through the
started to
immigrants.
increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most.
The opioid crisis has absolutely zero to do with immigration. The opioid crisis is not coming from heroin being distributed over the border, although I'm sure there's a lot of heroin coming in from our war zones, as is usual. I'm sure a lot of soldiers are bringing in tons of heroin on MAT flights every freaking day. But the opioid crisis is not stemming from that. It's stemming from the medical industry, which is overprescribing it, especially in the poorer areas of the country where there are no freaking jobs available, and it creates a chain reaction. And they don't give a shit, neither of these guys. Again, this is just further proof that neither of these two guys care one iota for anybody other than themselves and their immediate circle.
Incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now.
Both friends of Epstein, and complaining about trafficking in women is just, it's just a really bad taste coming from those two.
Now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal.
So he's blaming the opioid crisis on immigration as well.
More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have
Talk about the opioid crisis, not fentanyl.
That's what we have to do.
Fentanyl, the problem with fentanyl is that they're using it to lace stuff with, and that's causing people to get sick. And that has also nothing to do with the opioid crisis. The opioid crisis is created and has been fostered through the current medical industry in the United States, both through pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, and doctors, and through the ravaging of the American industrial base. That's where it's coming from. It's got nothing to do with immigration. It's got nothing to do with fentanyl.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Because this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly.
They're like on their own
As soon as I
planet,
take
both of
office.
these guys.
Before I take office, I said,
We should all be freaking scared, and we should all be working to
organize
organize opposition to this.
But Putin's probably
This is
asking
disgusting.
for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you.
How much
President
longer
Biden,
is this?
You would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address
I think it's like another
concerns
20 minutes. I think it was an hour and
about
40.
your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over.
There's a popular meme on Facebook. I've created so many. It's like, and then the girl from at Walmart with the Walmart outfit. So like, yeah, I've got 3 of them, and I still can't pay my rent. And that's essentially true. We live in a gig economy. Every industry is being turned into casual labor. I might add that as the Soviet Union collapsed, this is one of the things that they had introduced into their society was the one of the big reforms from Gorbachev was the capitalist reform, and it was instituting essentially contract labor. Rather than getting paid by the hour, you got paid by what you produced. And it expanded from there. But I mean, here in this society, it's not even, we're still not, I mean, they're not paying people based on what they produce. This is constant cutting across the board of the wages and the benefits. And the whole gigifying of the economy is making people into private. Everybody becomes a private contractor with no actual employer, so the employer has no responsibility for benefits or anything. Uber's a good example of that, or Lyft, where they don't even you have to bring your own freaking car.
Billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. Well, the whole idea of computer chips. We used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our.
Well, as far as trust and keeping your words, all you got to do is look at the agreements that they've penned with North Korea and Iran over the course of the last 20 years to see just how much they keep their word. But then if we want to go more to keeping a word, we can talk also about the current war going on in Ukraine, where the United States promised the Soviet Union, when they agreed to dismember themselves, that the United States would not encroach upon Russia, that they would not allow these countries to join NATO and blah, blah, blah. Everything that they did. Literally, I mean, the whole appropriation of America was based off of, as they moved westward, was based off of lying to Native Americans. Well, we're going to do this for you, and we're going to do this for you. Well, there's that line from what is it, the outlaw Josie Wales, that there hasn't been a single treaty that the American government has kept with Native Americans. But that doesn't just go with them; it goes with everybody. It's basically our way or the highway. They reserve the right amongst themselves, the United States bourgeoisie, to change the rules, whether in dealing with international adversaries or domestic opponents, on a whim, whenever they want, without regard to tradition or precedent. It's literally whatever works now for us here at the top. That's what goes. Anything else is crap.
Who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way.
You won club championships at his golf clubs.
He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
Aced him.
A great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you.
Oh, he's a genius.
You can see he's 6'5".
He's a Mensa.
23 pounds.
He's a Mensa wizard.
Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's it. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap.
Well, yeah, that's what I want to say. I want to see a president,
Down to 6.
2 presidents engaging in a competition on who can drive a ball the
I told you,
furthest.
I'm happy to take off if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
He's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8. But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hey, let's
you know,
let's
you
not
know,
act
nobody
like
around-
children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
They have been acting like children all through this whole thing.
that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight?
Man, this is a
that once all legal
disgraceful
challenges
display.
have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places, enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here.
He has a point about this as far as the sex scandal goes, but yeah, he had every reason to indict him. He fomented an insurrection. He tried to carry out a coup, but that is not what he has been charged with. That is not what they are pursuing him for. And of course, you've got to remember that this is the guy who ran on a campaign originally in 2015 on lock her up, lock her up.
Mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III. And we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are
actually in World War III. Look, they just spent $109 extra billion on funding an act of genocide in Gaza, an act of war in Ukraine, where 500,000 Ukrainians have already died. Where the French have said that they've got boots on the ground, where we've heard news, actual reports that the British have boots on the ground, with Russia threatening to launch nukes in response to it. They spent a large portion of that, those $100 billion was spent to arm Taiwan. We have troops on the ground throughout the Middle East. There's war going on still in Yemen, Syria. Israel has threatened to turn it into a full-scale war with Lebanon. They're still going at it with Iran threatening them. There is a war. We've got boots on the ground in Iraq, in Libya. I mean, I've already gone over this, but World War III is already going on, and there just hasn't been any of the imperialist countries haven't come to blows yet, but that's still to come. At a certain point, whether it's Germany versus the United States, France versus the United States, Britain, or Japan, or Italy, these countries are going to start asserting their own interests, and they will come into conflict with the United States. Some of them that will submit and become subservient, kind of like Britain is right now to the United States, and others will not. You know, a few years ago, it looked like the French might be the first to break, but now it's back to Germany again. You know, time will tell. But World War III has already begun. I mean, it's still on a low level at present, but it is going on. And it's not just the U.S. I mean, India and China are at each other's throats. Philippines and China. There was just an incident with the boats last week. The Philippine ambassador just said that we are on the brink of nuclear war. The Philippine ambassador to the United States. There's been conflicts with the two Koreas. India and Pakistan, they almost came to blows again, and there's been cross-border disputes, just like with China, over the course of the last few years. So you got Azerbaijan and Armenia. They actually did come to a fight with Turkey supporting one side and NATO supporting the other. Russia's involved in that as well. And then of course you have Niger and Nigeria and all of the countries in that area who have left French imperialism and the French trying to retake control. So I mean, we're not waiting for World War III. We're waiting to stop it, and the only way to stop it is to turn it into a world socialist revolution. That's the only way to stop World War
III. And he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want in NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all.
He's really waiting for Russia to accidentally launch a missile or whatever into one of NATO's countries so that he can bring the United States in. I mean, look at that. Look at those eyes. These guys are insane. Both of them. They're willing to start World War III over their wallets.
Required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done.
No, he's repeated that. They're both repeating themselves
because
now.
We're a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again,
from what? It's the United States military. The United States spends 10 times more on its military than the next 10 countries combined. As he said earlier in his speech, we have nothing to fear. Nobody's going to attack the mainland. They'd be crazy to. No, their interest is in continuing to spend all this money on the military is to assert their power militarily since their economic power has declined. And the reason the economic power has declined is because it's been taken over by financial parasites. The banks and the hedge funds control everything. I was reading up on the movie studios. Almost all of the movie studios are owned mostly by hedge funds. And there's like 3 of them. What is it? I can't remember. I don't want to say it because I want to be wrong. But there's like three hedge funds that own most of the movie studios. These are the organizations that put out the ideological background upon which we operate in the world. I mean, there's a reason that you have movies like Zero Dark 30, which tell just BS lies, and you have television and film for the last 24 years supporting torture and all sorts of other and being against immigration and all this other stuff. It's because that's what the interests of the corporations are. It's to drive down wages to the lowest possible amount, to increase their profits, okay, and to keep workers as divided as possible. And given the fact that there's a crisis in the amount of profit being collected on a productive basis, there is this drive for natural resources. And now, with the turn to like electric vehicles and all that, and computers and stuff, there's a drive to get rare earth minerals, including lithium and for the batteries and stuff. So, and these are in disparate areas. So this is a war of all against all. I mean, the problem is this outmoded nation-state system in which we live. You know, the society is global in character. Communications are global in character. The economic of the world is global in character, but it's all subordinated to the nation-state system. These petty, squabbling billionaires in different countries. And they, while they are all united in their fight against us, at the same time, they are in a war for survival with each other at the same time. And the only thing, as I said, that is going to put a stop to that is world socialist revolution. It's the only force that will be able to put an end to World War III other than, just a launching of all the missiles and killing us all.
Take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, who wins?
just to finish what
So is he trying to say that there's no war going on in Ukraine right now? I mean, how many people have to die before Genocide Joe gets it through his head?
he said, if I might. Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again,
Lying out his ass. Actually, one of the reasons he's running again is like fascist politicians everywhere, he's trying to escape jail. But he really didn't have to worry about it. If he wouldn't have ran again, they wouldn't have tried him for his affair with Stormy Daniels. They would have let it go. But they're definitely not wanted to try him for his coup attempt. And now that trial's not going to be heard until after the election. Surprise, surprise.
opponent stuff.
Because the ruling class wants to keep Mr. Fascist Trump in reserve in case they need him. Fascism is an ideology. It's not just an epithet. It's not just something that we say to people because they're authoritarian or because they're anti-democratic. Fascism is a specific type of political ideology and movement. And the fascism arises in order, in a time of capitalists, an existential crisis of capitalism. Okay? And the purpose of the fascists is to crush all forms of organization within the working class. Because capitalism is in such a crisis that socialist revolution is on the agenda. And they can no longer curtail the socialist revolution through democratic means. And therefore, the ruling class has to turn to militarism, war, and fascism to crush all socialist opposition in the working class and all forms of working class organization.
Because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more
Actually,
of the CNN presidential debate live from...
Is it not over yet? My God. Actually,
Begin with you, President.
as I said, Trump started off around this time in the last election cycle saying that he was not going to accept the results of any election in which he didn't win, and that any election in which he didn't win was going to be a rigged election. This was not something that he was just started whining about. This was something that was put into plan long before he lost the election.
Biden, you have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies.
How many times did he rehearse his speech? Like a couple of hundred at least?
Down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes.
None of the things that he said are one, going to happen under capitalism, and two, they're completely inadequate, even if they were to be implemented. What is needed is free daycare, not a tax credit, which, by the way, can be equally claimed by the wealthy as it can by the poor. What is needed is not a reduction in this or that medical drug that people actually need to survive. It's for free medical care for every individual in society. The fact that profiting off of other people's suffering is done as a matter of course without anybody blinking an eye is just sickening and disgusting. There is no reason that anybody should have to pay more than a pittance to go see a frickin' doctor if they're sick. And the same goes for schooling. You know, having an educated population, well, the capitalists think otherwise. They don't want people to be educated. They want people to know just enough to be able to work. And they want another small segment of the population, just small enough or big enough to provide some kind of impetus for industry with developments in technology and stuff. But they want to be kept at a bare minimum, because the last thing they want is an educated population. An educated population, for one, the entire crap that these politicians lay out for immigrations are against immigrants. And it's not just Trump, it's Biden as well. And it's not just these guys, it's in England, in France, in Germany, the whole Fortress Europe thing. Even in Russia, they've got immigration laws. In New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Korea, everywhere has got this anti-immigrant rhetoric that's going that's exponentially increased with every year. And it's all in an effort to deflect people from the crimes that are being committed at the top of society. And an educated person, someone who has at least a little grasp of history will understand this and will see this. That's why they don't want to educate people. And that when they do, they work to keep them constantly divided, focused on other issues. Like, well, focus on the fact that you're gay, or that you're trans, or that you're Hispanic, or you're a Sikh, or Zoroaster, or whatever. That's just a perfect expression. That is just a perfect expression of bourgeois politics and ideology, the way those two look. Right there.
Your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you. Because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did.
But why? Why don't they? Why do they disrespect him? It's because he's Genocide Joe. He's supporting a genocide, which he, Mr. Trump, also supports. Even though he kind of let slip at the beginning of that, though we would have stopped Israel. That's not what he meant, and he's not interested in stuff. The Republicans are full-throated supporters of the slaughter being carried about by the IDF, just as the Democrats are.
Rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from America.
I think that's a lie too. Can you name one regulation that isn't involved with identity politics that Biden has reinstalled since Trump left? I don't think there's one. I think the only regulations that he might have overturned from Donald Trump are things that have to do with identity politics. I could be wrong. If I am, write it down in the comments, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong.
Standpoint, right to try, well, we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump,
God.
President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett start.
Yeah, well, we've given you our analysis. One lie after another. One guy who can only support war and death, and the other one who can only support repression and death. And Trump supports war just as much. He wants his deal though is he wants to go to war first with Iran and then go to war with China. Whereas the Democrats and Biden, they want to take care of Russia first before going on to Iran and China. Although I'm pretty sure that the Democrats are quite willing to wage a war against the Russians and the Iranians at the same time, because they don't think much of the Iranians' military. Which, I mean, they're also not an imperialist country, but their military head and shoulders above what the Iraqis were. But there's also, there's also a fact that, same thing with the Iraqis. I mean, most Iraqis were not, and as we saw in the war, there wasn't very much fighting going on during the actual attack and stuff. Most Iraqis stood down. It was only after the war and the United States didn't leave that there was a civil war that took place against the occupation, an anti-colonial war, an anti-colonial. But the same thing could happen, and the same thing could happen in Iran too. I mean, there's not a whole lot of support amongst the broad masses of the population for the Iranian regime. However, I think there is a lot more support for the Iranian regime amongst the people there than there was for Saddam Hussein in Iraq. And the military is head and shoulders in Iran above the military in Iraq, but it could be an equally quick collapse of the Iranian government and military as well if there was a full-scale invasion by the United States. But I don't think that they're prepared to do a full-scale invasion along the lines of what they did in Iraq at this point with a minor power like Iran, when they're braying for war with Russia and China at the same time. But that will be seen in the future. But there's no difference between the two of them on the policies. One of them wants to do this one first, and the other one wants to do this one. As far as repression, we can see what Biden has been willing to do over the course of the last 6 months in regard to anti-genocide protesters, with police coming in and beating people with truncheons, hiring fascist groups of Zionist thugs to come in and beat essentially defenseless, peaceful protesters. At a certain point, that's going to change, that whole dynamic. I mean, people are only going to sit there and allow themselves to be clubbed in the heads for so long before they start fighting back. And at the same time, none of these Zionist thugs have been arrested, although thousands of Palestinian protesters or student protesters or anti-genocide protesters have been arrested in the same period. So, yeah, Biden's, and it's not just in regard to them, but Biden shut down the railroaders' strike with the help of Republicans, Democratic Socialists of America, and supposedly the left caucus in the Democrats. They all shut down the railroaders' strike and made it illegal for them to go out. And I mean, you just all down the line. As Lenin said, imperialism is reaction all down the line, and that's what it is. So, right now, apparently, the New York Times, after this debate, their entire editorial board came out calling for Biden to resign and to allow someone else to take his place. And then, of course, we're going to get into the democratic nature of that. The entire anti-democratic nature of that, of disregarding the entire primary season and then allowing, like, the delegates to choose his successor. Or, even worse, of doing it behind closed doors at the convention. And then on the other side, the Republicans, well, it's just anti-democratic to the core. There will be, either way we go, come next January, the working class is going to be under attack. And the only way to fend that off would be to organize now in order to fight against imperialist war and reaction and genocide. And in that regard, there's going to be a demonstration on July 24th in Washington, D.C., against genocide and the war, and it's sponsored by the Socialist Equality Party. I'll put a link up to that in the description. All right, folks, I've been on here way longer than I was anticipating. I thought this was, I planned on being out of here by like 2.5 hours ago. I guess I talked too much. Anyway, that's it for this evening.
3 written notes.
I hope you enjoyed it. If so, give us a thumbs up. I'm sure I'll get quite a few thumbs down, but go ahead and do that too if you don't like it. And subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Check out some of the other content. And I will bid you all a fond adieu. Fight the good fight. Organize. Socialism. World Socialist Revolution is the only answer to World War III.